James here with a look at. I apologize. Had a little technical difficulty on the last stream. A bunch of stuff with the election streams and everything going on. But now I think go, and we do have a couple of updates. So you can see on the big picture our existing flash flood warning over Llano and Burnett County. Burnett County still we're getting quite a bit of heavy rain. In fact, I just got a National Weather Service chat from the Burnett County Office of Emergency Management. They're receiving reports of hydroplaning vehicles on just north of SH-71 on the roadways. Also, RM 2342 reported water on the roadway. And I'll show you, I got ATX flip too. I'll show you some of that information, but we've got about 32 low water crossings that are, a lot of those are in southern Burnett County and over southeastern Llano. The severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson County has been allowed to expire, but still has lightning there. Then you can also see we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie and Blanco County, and that could be on track to impact southern tip of Blanco County and then down the line maybe parts of County, Caldwell, Bastrop, Fayette County. So especially that southern tier of our area zone to watch for severe weather. So with that, let's get in a little bit closer on the radar here, and we'll do a radar tour. We'll go kind of north to south. So let's head up here to County. This is where earlier there was the severe thunderstorm. Just to give you the hail tracker real quick, we're really not picking up on any hail here, which is good news, but we do have heavy rain of lightning in these storms too. And this is going to be out around, here we'll closer, but it's going to include the lip up towards Andice and Florence and getting close to Sun City. Or earlier, that kind of reflectivity spike there, that purple color where that has gone away. So that war, which is now no longer an issue. So that's what's going on in. And I know we don't have anything in Round Rock right now, but just hold on a little. This rain is going to be expanding in coverage. Right now, Marble Falls, where I think we've got kind of the biggest flood concern as of right now. Back, more heavy rain is falling here. And when it's radar estimated totals, I mean, these are just starting to stack. We've got 3 to 4 inches of rain in a few spots here. So again, more than 30 low water crossings are closed across our area. I would say like to 95% of those are here in the Marble Falls area. The rain has fallen. Getting back to the regular reflectivity of the radar, there's a closer look there at Marble Falls. As we get down the Hamilton Pool area, Briarcliff, parts of western Travis County, new rain's moving in, getting closer to the Bee Cave area, then getting down here towards Johnson City and Blanco. 10th storm here over Blanco County. Looks to me like maybe a little bit of go up there, and in fact it is, where that's not severe yet, but if that were to pop a severe thunderstorm warning, that may include parts of Hayes and the Line. But just to show you some of the rainfall totals here as well, the same zone where yesterday we had a flash flood warning with 3 inches of rain, which is falling here now. Okay, so that is the big picture with the radar. We'll zoom back. Then we've got our severe thunderstorm warning comes down to the southeast. Let's do a squall line here, and then I want to check information. So these are moving east at about 20 miles per hour. So I'll do kind of an unofficial track. About like this, far from perfect. But this will give us arrival times here. Into Sunsow, Dripping Springs, heading towards Houston, 857, Georgetown, 906, Driftwood, 913, Round Rock, 9 Creek Square, 926, Granger, 929, Austin, 3. So that time kind of fluctuates a little bit. Generally, I think like 9 o'clock for the arrival time in Austin. Buda, 940, 950. Here's a new update. So a flash flood coming out soon for western Williamson County. So let's get ready for that warning to be issued. You can see that it's falling there. This is another area that's really saturated from repeated rounds. And you can see on the radar estimates here, Liberty Hill, these areas. where we already have 4 inches of rain that has fallen. And still more rain to come here in this area. We'll be waiting on that flash flood warning to be issued here momentarily. While we wait on that, let me actually take you over here to our display. Let me get this here. We'll play this. Phone is still good to go. Excellent. So we're looking at ATX floods here, and you can see we've got 32 low water are closed across central Texas, and the vast majority of these are Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay area. Emergency management officials there in Burnett County have been showing us some examples, some of this stuff. 800 block Main Street between Broadway Street, Ninth Street, Marble Falls, through a couple of these, and these break areas, different ones, but basically we've got a number of low water crossings that are, almost all of them that are closed in our area are there in the Marble Falls area. Then here's what's going on with ATX floods right now on that. As far as the stream flows go, nothing is kind of super concerning to me right now, but a few areas I want to watch here. So Sandy back last week, and okay, well, some of these numbers a bit. So let's see. This is going to be Backbone Creek at Falls, and you can see that number up, and it's looking pretty similar to the spike that took it up to about 8 feet back several days ago. Then we've got this creek near Marble Falls. That picked up. None of those numbers like super concerning right now, but again, we've had rain in this area here. Let's just look at the rainfall totals over the past 6. And you can see it's 2 to 4 in there. And a reminder, this rain is going to be ending up in a system, or this excessive runoff, I should say. Lake Travis at 667.3 right now. You can see it's had rise over the past week, and then we'll be keeping a close eye here. Buchanan, remember, no floodplain in Lake Buchanan. It's 18.69, and 1020 is the heart. If that gets to 1020, they'll start releasing water downstream. Operations are through hydroelectric, but that is what's going on right now on these stream flow numbers. Here at Sandy Creek again, and I'd imagine this one might have a pretty quick response too. Saturated there. Action stage there is at 8, already pretty close to that right now. So we'll be keeping that as well as ATX floods, where we've got more low water crossings which are covered right now. Okay, with that, let me get radar, because it does look like our flash flood warning for Williamson County has been issued. And there it is. This is just for western Williamson County, so this does not even go to Georgetown, but this does include Leander, Liberty Hill, Andice, Florence, up to close to Jarrell. Let me see the duration of this warning. So this is going to go until midnight for western Williamson County. Okay, now we're starting to add up these flash flood warnings. Here's a new update, a new flash flood warning coming out for Blanco County soon as these storms continue to slowly push to the east. Additionally, this is what we were just talking about, this area received 4 inches of rain yesterday. So we're going to get another one of these flash flood warnings here coming out for Blanco County imminently near the Johnson City area. So we will wait on that to populate here, and we'll keep an eye on this hail core, which is also developing in the Johnson City area. So now all of a sudden that's going to be 3 separate flash flood warnings for our area. And by the way, obviously we're streaming on YouTube right now and on KVUE Plus. If anybody has reports that you can safely pass along to us, we would greatly appreciate that. And as these storms eventually get closer to the Austin Metro, we'll start to get our sky cams and everything incorporated here. The easiest way to send me a question or a report, by the way, is on Twitter at Hunt_WX, and that's where about 30 minutes ago we started to get some reports in the Marble Falls area of some of the flooding happening now. So we're waiting on this new flash flood warning to come out soon for Blanco County. Just to show you these radar estimated totals again, these are just starting to stack up in the very same area. So these are the 12-hour rainfall totals here, which are over 3 inches of rain. What I can do is actually, we'll drag this back. So right now we're looking at 12. Now we'll expand back over the past 48 hours, and now all of a sudden, look at this bullseye here. We'll zoom in and we'll query these numbers again. Now all of a sudden, over the past 36 to 48 hours, we've got a bullseye here of nearly 6 inches of rain. So given how saturated things likely are in this part of Blanco County, it's probably not going to take long to get a flood response here. We've got a couple of those creeks, and then obviously we'll keep a close eye on the Pedernales River too. Okay, before we get back to nitty-gritty into the flood threat, here's the radar, and look what's happening. We've got new storms expanding now into Point Venture and Steiner Ranch and Lakeway and into northwestern Travis County. So I would imagine at the Oasis, things are starting to get a little busy here. Our Oasis cam at Lake Travis, let's check out that. That is our Kalahari cam right now. Let's do cam 23. And this is what it looks like right now out at Lake Travis. So hold on for a second, see if we get any lightning there. And then honestly, our camera here at KView is probably going to be a pretty good vantage point here. One of the things we can do actually here, I'm going to toss things back in boxes. Bear with me. I apologize, guys. We're obviously they are doing the full-on newscast there in the studio. So I am back in the office right now. This might be hard to do from the computer back here. Well, maybe we are not going to have boxes. Now let me get you back to the radar here while I'm looking at this. And here's a new report coming in. Texas Tech Mesonet site gusted to 55 miles per hour, 9 miles south-southwest of Comfort. And that was back at 8:45. Okay, we'll go back to radar here. Okay, so there is that, and notice things are really starting to blossom now over northwestern Travis County. Getting some new notes in from Gillespie County as well. This is from Gillespie County Emergency Management. The following roads they describe as impassable. Doss Cherry Spring Road at Cherry Spring Road, 2 feet of water and rising. 783 North Low Water Crossings covered. Live Oak Creek at Loudon Road, 700 Block Bee Cave Road. And then 783 North, water over the bridge but passable. Hey, this is grabbing my attention real quick here in Blanco County. Let me take a look at this. We've got this little hook developing here. Let's make sure we don't have any sort of couplet trying to develop here. We'll keep an eye on this. Looks like it's a bounce back and forth here. Okay, nothing imminently concerning, but the reflectivity alone had my attention there. So keep an eye on that. Earlier today we actually had a number of tornadoes down south and southwest, a number of tornado warnings, I should say. I don't know if any of those were confirmed, but we've had a number of tornado warnings. And then, by the way, the new flash flood warning has been issued here for Blanco County, and we'll get you that. So we're going to zoom off of the severe thunderstorm warning, and this is the new flash flood warning, which goes for parts of Blanco. Then this one also goes into far southern Burnett County. This goes until midnight. We've got more heavy rain here falling on top of an area that already had 4 inches plus of rain yesterday. Okay, so that's what's going on right now. We've got now three separate flash flood warnings, and then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning to our south, which if it continues on this track, and it definitely has some strong winds in it, if it continues on this track, then that may end up being something we need to watch, especially for Hays County. Okay, let me click through this real quick, guys. I want to make sure, I want to try and get these boxes up. Oh, this might do it. Okay, so we've got that. All right. Here, I'll turn off the mic. Here, guys, I'll be back in 1 second. Stand by. Hey guys, y'all just stand by real quick. I'm gonna get you back to the looping radar just for a moment here. I'm gonna get things organized on my end again. A little anomalous today. We're doing things in the back office. I just want to get this done before things start moving to the Austin area, but I'll be right back here in just a couple of moments.
And, you know, as of right now, that seems to be resonating with voters.
All right. Hello. I apologize, guys. I am back with you here. Just wanted to get the boxes set up. I had to get things plugged in back in the studio just to get those organized with the way we have it set up technically. But now we are good to go. So what you're looking at top right is our camera here in North Central Austin at K-View, Mopac off Steck Avenue. And then bottom right is going to be our Oasis cam out at Lake Travis. And as you can see on the radar, we've got new storms which are quickly developing over north and northwestern Travis County, and things quickly are getting busier in Williamson County as well. So this is going to be it. As our storm chance is coming in, we thought closer to 9 or 10 o'clock things would begin to get busier for us, and that is certainly the case. Just to give you kind of a big picture recap, you can see all these kind of red polygons across mainly the hill country. We now have 3 separate flash flood warnings. One goes for western Williamson, another for Burnett and Llano County, and then another down to Blanco County. Then we have a severe thunderstorm warning, which is just south of Blanco County, and if that kind of continues, then maybe parts of Hays County could be involved in that storm a little bit later on. Before we zoom in, let's actually zoom out just to show you what's going on here. So we've had a huge segment of storms down in the San Antonio area, and look at that. Those have been producing really powerful winds, and the storms right now that we're dealing with here in the K-View area are not quite as strong, but I'm not trying to say the stuff we're dealing with is nothing. We've got some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. We've got heavy rain. We've got our own flood risk, but the bigger wind threat has been with those storms down to our south. But now this could be moving into the more populated portions of our area. We had a few severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. We had some hail. Now we're starting to get the flood reports, which are coming in with a little bit more frequency, especially from around the Marble Falls area. Okay, so with that, let's zoom back in with our high-res radar, and we'll do a little bit of a radar tour here. And we'll start up here in Williamson County, where now Round Rock, you're starting to get involved here with not severe weather, but heavy rain and lightning, and that's developing over Georgetown, over Sun City, over Liberty Hill and Florence and Andice. You guys have already had several rounds of rain. Then that goes back down into northern and northwestern Travis County, out around Jollyville, then out towards Lakeway, Laga Vista, Bee Cave, Hamilton Pool. And then getting back into Burnett County in the Marble Falls area, this is where there's been a ton of rain that has fallen. I'll show you those estimates here in a moment, but that's where the flooding concern is really ramped up over Burnett County. And then we've got more heavy rain here in Blanco County. And remember, the same area of Johnson City had 4 inches plus of rain yesterday. So the ground is already very saturated here, so probably it's not going to take much to get a flood response there. Now, let's turn on the hail tracker. Not picking up on anything, but I do think this, where you see that purple there near 290, just on the west side of Dripping Springs, that's an area where I could see a hail core developing. And then as you go farther north up here, nothing. So right now, this is mainly a heavy rain risk. And then don't forget, there also could be some gusty winds. Okay, now let's segue into the rainfall here. Here are the radar estimated totals. The newest flash flood warning that we have is here in Johnson City, where we've got a new corridor of 4 inches plus of rain that has fallen on top of 4 inches plus of rain that fell in the same area yesterday. So I want to keep a really close eye on the creeks and streams here, as well as the Pedernales River, and we'll go over to the hydromet here in a moment, but those numbers are really trending higher there in Blanco County. Otherwise, we've got a few other corridors, or bullseyes, I should say, of heavy rain, one of which is here in Burnett County. And I'll just punch up some of the bigger numbers here. These are probably also going to be 4 inches plus of rain between Burnett and Bertram, and then on the east side of Fairland. And then here over western Williamson County, between Liberty Hill and Florence, we also have quite a bit of heavy rain there, where we've got another corridor of 2 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen. So that is the situation right now. Take you back to the big picture on the radar, and then what I want to do also is I want to make sure we are keeping an eye on some of the sensors in the hill country from the LCRA hydromet. And then obviously you've got a couple of live views right now. Let me actually sub in a few of those here, and we'll see see what they are looking like. And again, I apologize, a little bit more cumbersome today. We are doing this in the back office since there's a political coverage going on in the main studio right now. So let's toss Cam 26 in here, which is the Kalahari cam. So that is Round Rock, and we'll just keep an eye on those. And you're seeing the lightning in the top right from our K-View studios. And I'd imagine these are going to start to get busier here before too long. And then even in downtown Austin, here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we're likely going to have rain that starts to move in. Okay, what I want to do here, I'm going to switch over to our display. So we're going to start to look at some of the LCRA hydromet numbers. Oh, I apologize, guys. I am so sorry. Ignore that. That is from winter weather. We're not dealing with winter weather right now. Okay, there we go. I apologize, guys. Okay, so here's what's going on with the hydromet as well as ATX flood. So here is the ATX flood load this year. So we've now got 39 water crossings which are closed, the vast majority of which are here in the Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay area. Just to give you kind of a sampling, Whitetail, that one's closed, High Maycott Creek, just all of these here in the vicinity of Horseshoe Bay and Granite Shoals and Marble Falls are closed. Turn around, don't drown. We've had quite a bit of rain here in this area. Now as we get to the hydromet, okay, so one of these, this here, this is Marble Falls, where we've now got over 1,600 cubic flowing through, and this does not have flow listed, but this is heading up towards 10 feet, which is more than what it had back a couple days ago during the flood spike on the 22nd. So that number is up here. Backbone Creek be very mindful in that area, and obviously we don't want anybody down ground very close to the water here. Then this is another one that we'll keep an eye on, Creek near Marble Falls. That one has not had the same types yet, but one we'll keep an eye on. Keep an eye on everything here in Johnson City. We don't have sensors in all of these. This whole area also is saturated from rain yesterday, so Creek, Flat Creek, Town Creek, and then we've got the Pernaus River gauge here. This did not have it yesterday, so we'll see what it does today. As we switch over the rainfall, you can see these numbers here. Well, I mean, there's a few gauges below it, but most areas ended up at least an inch over the hill country, and I think we're going to get similar totals to the Austin Metro. We just got a mesoscale precipitation discussion here in the end-up chat. Basically, what they're saying here, an ongoing flash flood throughout portions of south central Texas over the next 3 to 4 hours. Flood threat will evolve farther south near the Rio Grande into south central Texas. Peak hourly rainfall of 2 to 3 inches per hour is possible. Okay, so close here, just for the sake of having this, we'll leave this one up. Oh, and then I want to point out River. Okay, so that's still, it looks like a Backbone Creek is the one we need to keep an eye on here in the Marble Falls area. Okay, get a regular radar back up here. So here it is. No severe thunderstorm warnings in our area. Right now, it's just the flood threat, although we'll keep an eye on that activity just south of Blanco County. But quickly, we've got heavy rain developing and blossoming over the Austin metro. Right now, it's on the western portion of the metro, but this will be quickly spreading eastward over town. By the way, I've got the YouTube stream pulled up here. I see we've got a couple hundred folks watching. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Hopefully you are staying safe tonight. If you have any questions or flood reports that you'd like to pass along, the easiest way to do that here is on X at Hunt_WX. Just let me know what you're seeing or let me know what you're wondering about, and I will get to that as soon as possible. Let's get back to our sky cams here. So this is the scene right now. Lightning and wind at our KV studios here in north central Austin. And then this is the Kalahari cam right now. And then we'll do just a little bit more of a tour here. We've got cam 24. There's St. Edwards, some lightning off in the distance there. This will probably be a good one to watch too, the line weather camera there. Okay, so that's what we got going on right now. Let me get you back to the radar. And I'll turn on the lightning as well. Let's do a lightning counter here. It's pretty electric storms. Earlier this number was over 1,000, so it's come down a little bit, but we've got 779 lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes with this activity, which is coming into the metro. Let me see if I can get our boxes set back up here with the Skycam views. That way we can see the radar as well as that. Okay, perfect. So this will give us a view of the radar. That will also keep tabs on our Skycam network there. Let's do a storm track, and then I actually want to show you some of the model data that we're looking at. So these storms have been moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So let's do this. We'll do just kind of a loose squall. This will give us approximate timeline here. So here's a look at the approximate arrivals, taking things into the domain. Very shortly, Barton Creek Square, 9:29, Austin, by 9:35 or so in central downtown Austin, 9:40 in Wimberley. Taylor, 9:47, Manor, 9:50, Buda, 9:57, the airport, 10:03, Kyle, 10:10, San Marcos at 10:14 p.m. Okay, now just kind of a quick generalized forecast update. Earlier today, we got a flood watch, which was issued for our area. This goes through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, but I feel pretty confident in saying that the vast majority of this is going to be gone by 1 or 2 a.m. tonight, so this probably will be canceled early, but just to show you the flood threats there. And then a severe thunderstorm watch was issued earlier just for the hill country. They've actually trimmed all of our KView area out of the severe thunderstorm watch now. Okay, let's see how the high-res data is handling this through the rest of tonight. And this looks pretty realistic. So as we get into 10:30, so now we're looking at the future, not the current. Future radar, where we've got rain and storms widespread over the I-35 corridor in the Austin area. Locally heavy rain will be possible. Here is midnight, and a lot of the model data has hinted at this. You see how the intensity ticks up a little bit from southern Travis County into Caldwell, Bastrop, Lee, and Fayette counties. Several of the model data we've been looking at have shown that. So we'll need to keep an eye on that for really heavy rain, hail, wind threat into our eastern areas by 1 a.m. And then obviously there's going to be rain back on the back edge of this. But once the leading edge moves through, the severe threat will end. And then the flood threat can linger a little bit longer. But by the time we get to 3 a.m., looks like most of the rain is gone. Okay, here, this is interesting. Let's see what this model shows. Maybe another round trying to come through early in the morning, but it looks like we probably would just get more so grazed by that. Here are the rainfall totals off the data that I just showed you. Wow, okay. And again, guys, this is not the answer key, but it shows you where we've got potential in here for pockets of 2 to 4 inches of rain, which is where our flood threat comes into play. Just to show you the flood outlook, we have a level 2 out of 4 For the rest of this evening and tonight, level 2 out of 4 flood threat. And then here's the severe threat, which is down a little bit. But either way, we issued a weather impact alert just to cover the severe and flood threat through the rest of tonight. Okay, back to the radar, and I want to keep an eye on our sky cams here. Still seeing the lightning off in the distance from our Lion Hotel weather camera. Round Rock also starting to get a little stormy there, and here in north central Austin, we'll be getting in on some rain here before too long. Getting some more reports of the ongoing flood situation in Burnett County, and it seems like still things are pretty dicey there in Burnett County. So again, guys, we've got a flash flood warning in effect right now. If you don't have to be out, do not go out. Again, the low water crossings are still dicey, and unfortunately, there in southern Burnett County, another quick round of heavy rain is going to be possible. So not done with it. It still could escalate a little bit more beyond this. Let's zoom in here on Williamson, and then we'll go down to Travis County to give folks in the metro an idea of what's going on. So heavy rain starting to develop here in the vicinity of Round Rock and Georgetown, dumping rain right now in Leander, but no hail in here, just lightning and heavy rain. Once you start to get Leander and points north and west, though, that is where the flood threat quickly ramps up. Then as you go down here into Travis County, where it's been quieter, we've got these new downpours developing out around like the Arboretum, and then stretching back west into Steiner Ranch, Bee Cave, Fitzhugh, Hamilton Pool, and things will be filling in here over Travis County over the next little while. And then all over Blanco County, we have just torrential rain that is falling right now. And these are the LCRA gauges. So that one gauge there in south of Johnson City now has confirmed in a rain gauge over 3 inches of rain, and we've got several of those gauges showing similar numbers in Burnett County too. So these are the radar estimates over the last 12 hours. Look what happens though when I make this the past 36 to 48 hours. Look at this bullseye, which has developed here near Johnson City. And this is why I really want to be careful here in Blanco County, because the ground is already really saturated here. So we need to watch all those creeks, and we need to watch the Pernalis River here. I've been watching the hydromet, haven't seen a huge spike in anything here just yet, but I mean, look, there's been 6 to 7 inches of rain here. Sam, by the way, I see our digital director is moving us into the 24/7 stream now that the political coverage is wrapping up. Sam, I appreciate that. Thank you. So, yeah, this is a pretty big bullseye of flooding rainfall here in Johnson City. This is not just today. This is including the rain that fell back yesterday on Memorial Day, but this is quite a bit of rain here. With that, I want to make sure we're checking back in with our flood sensors as well. Let me go back here, and let's go back to the LCRA hydromet. And we've been watching this Backbone Creek sensor. Let me pull this up so that I can see. Here, I'm going to do this too, just to make sure we have the most up-to-date data. Yeah, and that went up again. So we're now at nearly 1,900 cubic feet per second flow going on here at Backbone Creek. Okay, thank you. Show is back operational, so I'll probably move back into the studio here in a minute. But just to finish the thought here on Backbone Creek at Marble Falls, this is where we've got a lot of rain here. So Backbone Creek, we'll need to keep an eye. Hamilton Creek, and not to memories, but of course this Hamilton Creek area was hit really hard back in the but we need to keep an eye on this whole area, all the creeks and streams. I'm not getting any data here, but this Flat Rock Creek, Flat Rock Marble Falls is also elevated. Then let's see on here in Johnson City again. This is where we've got the saturated ground of heavy rain. It looks like we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick on the Pernalis River, but nothing super, super now. Then heading over to ATX Floods, I'm going to reflect. Still we're at 39 low water crossings, which are closed. These are in the Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay area. The last update that we got there from Burnett County is so here's an update from there. Several views, one completed off of County Road 200. Misty 9 area, vehicle stuck in the mud near Hamilton Creek in the Colorado River. Occupants are safe. Lots of distance between vehicle and good. Multiple reports of overtopped low water crossings across the county. So it does sound like some calls are coming in. And as we're seeing 9 low water crossings, I would say like 90% of those are here in southern Burnett County or far southeast County. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to go back to the boxes here. Here, we'll go back to Max 1. What I can do, I guess I'm wearing the microphone. I guess I can just walk into the studio. Okay, so here's the radar picture. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my computer and walk across the hallway into the studio. Y'all have water real quick. All right, let's migrate. We've got our newscast coming up here in a moment as well. Okay, so we'll take this studio. And as I do so, you guys are looking at the right now, where we've got a heavy radar moving into the Austin area. Okay. Okay. Here we are, back in the studio. Starting to hear some rain on the roof here at KVUE as well. But just to give you another kind of radar tour here, we have the existing flash flood warning over western Williamson County. Ooh, the mic is sounding glitchy. Does the mic still sound? Can you let me know, is the mic still sounding glitchy? I might need to reboot things. I'll wait another second just because I was a second ago. The existing flash flood warning there, western Williamson County. Rain growing in coverage now over Travis County, and then it's about to get quite stormy here and as far as wind is concerned, I think this is probably where the strongest are right now. And on the velocities, we are picking up on some strong winds here that are across Canyon Lake. Those are 6-mile-per-hour winds. Here's just the wind track. So those would be on track into potentially parts of Hays County later. If you guys know if this is it still sounding glitchy? But we'll keep an eye on those wind speed numbers. Now, again, it's the whoop. Okay, guys, I'm going to take care of the microphone situation real quick. I'll be right back in 2 moments. But we'll pick up where we left off with the radar estimated totals here over the past now 12 hours. So most of this has happened over the past like 3 hours, and these numbers are just starting to really jump up in a couple of places, most notably here in the Johnson City area. And the reason I keep focusing on this area is because this is where we had 4 inches plus of rain yesterday, and look, another 4 inches of rain has now fallen. So these are the numbers over the past 12 hours. Watch what happens when I make this the past 36 hours. These numbers just jump up tremendously, where now all of a sudden we've got this bullseye here that's probably going to be closing in on like 9 inches of rainfall. Yeah, look at this. 7 inches plus of rainfall here just on the south side of Johnson City over the past 36 hours or so. The good news, though, is that the heaviest rain is now starting to lift out of that area. So hopefully we don't have another round of super heavy rain that comes in, but there is going to be still some residual rain back behind this. Now, getting into Williamson County, remember western Williamson County, and we'll jump back into the boxes here too so that we can keep tabs on. I'll do the, that way we've got the cameras just so you can see everything as these storms are coming in, and I'll probably toss Round Rock in there. But keep in mind, we have over western Williamson County a flash flood warning. That is where we've already gotten 2 to 4 inches of rain, and still heavy rain is falling there. And now the rain is expanding into Round Rock and into Georgetown. So let's punch up here. I'm going to put Round Rock here in this one. So top right is going to be Round Rock, and we'll keep an eye on that as the heavy rain and storms are going to start to move in. Remember, that camera out at Kalahari is on the east side of Round Rock, so it looks like the heaviest of the rain has not arrived there yet. We also have heavy rain, which is growing in coverage here over western Travis County. At around Lakeway and Laga Vista. No hail in here, which is good news. So this is mainly, for us right now, a heavy rain and localized flooding risk. Now, to our south, that's where we start to get into more of the wind threat. So you can see we've got all these severe thunderstorm warnings down here closer to San Antonio. Then another severe thunderstorm warning south of Blanco County. Let's see what the Doppler winds are showing in here. And this looks okay. I mean, there certainly could be some breezy weather in here, but I'm not seeing anything like destructive right now in terms of wind speed. It does look like southern Blanco County did get grazed by some pretty strong winds, but I'm seeing a lot of like 40 to 50 right now and not a lot of like 50 to 60. And hopefully it stays that way. Of course, we'll have to keep an eye on it as we go further into the night. So that's what's going on right now, guys. No severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got just a lot of heavy rain and lightning and flash flood warnings. So now we're kind of getting into a game, especially here over the hill country, where we are watching those El Surrey sensors. Again, that Backbone Creek sensor there in Burnett County around Marble Falls, that one has been jumping up. So if you are in any of these flash flood warning areas and you're near some of these creeks and streams that normally aren't anything too crazy, I do think a lot of these could be experiencing elevated flow as this water works its way through the system. Coming up in 20 minutes, by the way, we'll have our full newscast on KVUE. It will, I'm sure, be a busy one with election coverage as well as the weather coverage, obviously, that we are doing right now. Trying to think if we have any sky cams that would show this a little bit better. And until these storms move into Austin, really the closest we've got right now is going to be the Round Rock area. But this section of storms, which is now coming into Hays County in western Travis County, that's going to be what moves through central parts of the Austin metro here. We've got some winds that could be 30 to 40. Let's actually see if earlier they had a strong storm advisory for it, and they have. So we've got in these tan boxes, I know this looks kind of funky, that is the strong storm advisory. So the step down below a severe thunderstorm warning, that's for winds that could be as high as 40 to 50 miles per hour. I don't have any evidence right now of winds in our area that are higher than that. So no severe thunderstorm warnings, just these strong storm advisories. The flood threat, though, is still very much there. And with that, I'm going to walk back over to this computer and we'll check in with our flood sensors as well. At last check, as far as low water crossings, we had 39 which were closed across our area. And here's what we're going to do. We'll scroll down to... I'm going to have to reset these because I rebooted the computer. Okay, let me open these up real quick. Okay, I've got that. Now let me just add this source real quick. Okay, here we go. So now we've got the hydromet. Let me scroll through some of this data. We'll turn on this one continues to be the one. Okay, two that I really want to be watching. Backbone Creek at Marble Falls. Over 2,000 cubic feet per second of water. Before the rain was at a little more than feet, and now it's jumped up to close to 10 feet. So Backbone Creek at Marble Falls. And then this one really jumped up here. It now has flow at cubic feet per second. And it went from to now more than 12 feet. Here in this area are going to be experiencing at least elevated flows right now. Hamilton Creek, Backbone Sycamore Creek, Camp Creek, all counties. So just a heads up there. We already have reports of a number which are closed. In fact, ATX floods will just show you that. Things that are closed right now. Mic is still glitchy. Okay. Might have to just shut this. Get ready for our newscast here at 10 o'clock. Sorry about the mic situation, guys. And that to be glitchy, I do not know. But we've got other crossings which are closed here. Oh, interesting. As soon as I hopped on the other computer. Huh. Okay, let me switch back to this. I'm going to bounce. Okay, let me know how it sounds now, guys. Maybe your feature made it glitchy there. So hopefully this makes it sound a little... What's up, Quita? So we've got not severe weather and a lot of heavy rain coming into the Austin area. You can see that one thing down south of Blanco County, they just allowed that to expire, but made for a lot of heavy rain coming into the Austin metro eastward. So this is going to be spreading into Dripping Springs, Buda, and eventually into, okay, glitchy. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes until our newscast. I'm going to get you back to and I'll reboot this system one more time. We're going to have full weather coverage for you at 10 o'clock. All right. Hello, everybody. KV Chief Meteorologist Tony Williams here with you. Apologize for the back and forth, but we've been going newscast, political coverage, weather coverage, all sorts of stuff. But now we are good to go here on the stream. I'm going to get the YouTube stream pulled up here. I see our viewership has dwindled a little bit, but we'll get some more folks tuned in here. So the biggest thing I've been watching here over the past 10 minutes is this. There's a tornado warning just south of our KVU area. This is passing now, on track to pass just south of Luling. Now earlier, this was actually a radar confirmed tornado, meaning they saw the debris signature on radar, so they confirmed it. Now it's just back to radar indicated, meaning we don't know with 100% certainty that it's on the ground. In either way, I think as far as our KVU area is concerned, it does look like this is mainly on track to pass south of Luling, but we'll just need to keep an eye on it. So let's go in with the velocity tracker. And honestly, right now, this is looking like more straight line wind to me than anything. We'll go back a couple of scans here. And earlier, we did have a tighter area in here that was trying to spin. Now, not looking quite as impressive, but there's definitely still some wind here. The shear tracker product normally does a good job at picking these out too, and it's actually kind of hugging the northern fringe of things. So again, not totally out of the question that we get a tornado warning at some point that clips or is very close to clipping southern Caldwell County, and of course after that we take a little bit of a break here, and then Fayette County could be involved. So we'll just be keeping an eye on this storm. But otherwise, these storms into the Austin area, don't get me wrong, they're strong. We've got a lot of heavy rain and lightning and a little bit of wind too, but no severe thunderstorm warnings. This is mainly just a locally heavy rain risk that we've been watching moving into the Austin area right now. Do kind of a tour here. This is the situation in Williamson County. And here, I'll actually toss Cam 26 into the bottom right here. And that's going to be our Kalahari cam. So that's what it looks like right now in Round Rock. And then this is pretty heavy all over the Austin metro right now. Again, none of this is severe. I don't have any hail in here. Here's the hail tracker, all good. This is just heavy rain and lightning and a little bit of wind, but not severe wind. Lightning counter right now just kind of focused on Travis County. It's picking up about 157 lightning strikes at the moment. That's kind of a 15-minute counter. The radar estimated accumulations, we'll go through this on the hydromet here in a second. These are ticking up now over western Travis County, but really we've had quite a bit of rain over much of the hill country, parts of Blanco County, Burdick County, Williamson County. So creeks, streams, low water crossings, we've got to be super careful. I've been looking at the data, and I'll show you this coming up here in a moment. I've been looking at the data. Some of the creeks and streams in Burdick County, as well as the Pedernales River down in Blanco County, are elevated. And then we don't have quite the same resolution of data over Williamson County, but there's been a ton of rain over Williamson County too, and I'd imagine we're looking at elevated flows on a lot of the creeks and streams in Williamson County too. Heading back to the regular version of the radar though, and as we looked at Travis County, let's switch back. And so here's a Cam 24, here's a Line Hotel weather camera. We'll just kind of leave you some of these assorted views here. But this is heavy rain over much of Travis County. And then as you get down here into Hays and Caldwell County, we've got more heavy rain. And then as I mentioned, down south of here is where you get into the tornado potential here, which is still enough that we've got a tornado warning with it. Kind of this general area. Again, this is, I think, mainly straight line wind, but we'll keep an eye right here, this area. So there's a new scan. Still a little bit of a kink in the line right there. Yeah, so it still seems like this is going to go south of Luling, but we're just kind of in this about like that. Not totally out of the question that we have some sort of tornado threat for the far southern tip of Caldwell County, and then down the line we'll need to watch this too in Fayette County. Let's go back to our shear tracker and see if that is updated. Yeah, and kind of like what I was highlighting here, it almost looks like the bigger shear potential and bigger rotation is kind of drifting just north of the tornado warning here. One way to visualize this, we can do the shear path. Here's the hail path on this storm. Not a big hail threat that we've been watching, but we do need to just keep an eye on the tornado potential there for the far southern tier of Caldwell County. Our assistant news director Andrew, you want to jump in for some severe weather coverage? Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on this tornado warning here, likely to pass south, but we'll just keep tabs on that here. Otherwise, though, the rain and storms that have moved into Austin, again, guys, have been below severe limits. The biggest threat that we've been dealing with is the heavy rain risk, which has caused some of these creeks and streams and low water crossings to be elevated now over much of the hill country. In fact, that's kind of the next thing I wanted to go over here. Before we head over to the Hydromet, let's just check in with the National Weather Service chat, see if they're saying anything with the tornado warning. Last update was just they continue to monitor the rotation, no further updates other than that. Then a few more. Oh, here's a instantaneous rainfall rate report from the Austin area. Shoal Creek near Foster, instantaneous rainfall rate of 4.54 inches of rain. Yeah, so this is a very heavy rain. Fortunately, it's moving, but we did have multiple rounds of heavy rain over parts of the hill country. Okay, so just got an update here. Looks like the tornado warning has been canceled, but we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this does include parts of Caldwell and Fayette County. So they probably have the tornado possible tag in here, and they do. So until 11:45, severe thunderstorm warning for the Luling area and that southern tip of Caldwell County. Then literally the farthest south you can go in Bastrop County. And then mainly this is going to be heading into Fayette County here. Let me read you the update of what they're saying here. So severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near Kingsbury down to Smiley, moving east at 35. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust are what they're tracking, and a tornado is possible. Again, the remnant circulation is still in here. So moving east at 35, let's do a storm track on this. And we'll trace just the severe part of the storm here. And here's a look at the approximate timings. So Luling, this is going to be moving in very shortly here in the next couple of minutes. And then ultimately down the line, places like Flatonia over southern Fayette County, closer to 11:45. This is going to be moving into your neck of the woods. So we'll keep an eye on the circulation there. Still a little bit of a kink in the line here, and we definitely have some strong straight line winds. Just to sample some of these winds for you, I mean, whenever you start to see the orange, that's anywhere from 55 to 65 mile-per-hour winds. And then let's see what the shear product is showing here. It is still highlighting a few areas of enhanced shear, which are going to pass likely just south of Luling. But down the line, Flatonia, just keep guard on this. So you just got the severe thunderstorm warning in the Flatonia area. Strong wind, maybe an isolated tornado threat could be heading that way. So that would be about an hour from now, 45 minutes to an hour from now. But just make sure you've got your ringer on. You've got a way to get your alerts there in the Flatonia area. Then it also looks like there may be a little bit of hail developing here heading into the Cedar Creek area. Hail tracker's not picked up on it yet, but remember, this can lag behind a little bit. Would not surprise me if in the next scan or two we end up getting a small hail core there, not severe, but maybe some Pierre nickel size hail heading into the Cedar Creek area. Okay, so with that, and then here's the update from the Weather Service. They said replacing a tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning for Caldwell and Fayette. Tornado continues to remain possible with the front end of this line. So that's what I meant when we had these little areas of twist that were developing there, but no imminent concern for a tornado, but it's not totally out of the realm of possibility that down the line one could develop here. Okay, so what I want to do here, I'm going to leave this up so that we can check out the radar here, and then I want to show you some of the stream flow numbers over on the Hydromet here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up this. So we're going to head over to the small monitor here, and I want to show you some of these numbers. So basically what I've been watching here is up here in the Marble Falls area. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here on Marble Falls. Y'all bear with me here. So this is going to be Hamilton Creek near Marble Falls. And you can see prior to the floodwaters moving in, this was like down below 8 feet. Now it's jumped up close to 14 feet. So the stream flows over 5,000. So we definitely have elevated flow right now going through the Hamilton Creek area. And then another one here is Backbone Creek at Marble Falls. So you can see that's had another big jump up here. Earlier it was at like 5 feet. Now it is over 10 feet. So we've got elevated flows on all these little creeks and streams here in the general area of Marble Falls. And by the way, this is going to go into Lake Marble Falls, and down the line is probably going to make its way into Lake Travis. So the more that I look at this, I think it's probable at this point that we'll have some sort of either hydroelectric generation to pass floodwaters downstream, or maybe even some floodgate operations for tomorrow. Then I've also been watching the Pedernales River near Johnson City here. I'll zoom in a little bit closer on this. We've had a really big amount of rain here 2 days in a row in the Johnson City area. Action stage here is 13 feet. We're now over 12 feet. So it does look like maybe even flood stage will be a possibility here, the Pedernales River near Johnson City, that we'll need to keep an eye on. Then a few other kind of creeks and streams here. So this is going to be North Grape Creek here in Gillespie County. Just all of these have had anywhere from 1 to 5 inches of rain. This one is also jumping up, and this ultimately feeds into the Pedernales River as well. So that, it looks like, is now at over 8 feet with 2,000 cubic feet per second of water flowing through it. And then I've also been watching some of these tributaries into the Llano River, including this one here. So San Fernando Creek near Llano, that one has also jumped up and is over 10 feet right now. So we've got elevated flows coming through a lot of these creeks and streams and rivers. And then as we switch over here from stream flow, just to show you the rain over the past 12 hours, we've got a couple of hot spots here, including this here in Blanco County. And remember, the same area had a lot of heavy rain yesterday, so like the 36 to 48 hour totals here are like upwards of 6 to 8 inches in some areas. And then a lot of this rain here over southern Burnett County, which has been feeding into those creeks that I was showing you there in the Marble Falls area. We're also keeping tabs on ATX floods here as of now. So this number's come up a little bit. We've got 43 low water crossings, which are closed now. And the vast majority of these here are in the Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, Granite Shoals area. And we have seen some reports in the National Weather Service chat from emergency management officials here, basically telling people don't be on the roads if you don't have to. Of this 43, I would say probably like 35 to 40 of them are here in this vicinity. So a heads up on that. And then as I was talking about, what's going on with the lake level situation right now. So we're watching Lake Buchanan right now, which is closing in on full pool right now. As of the latest report, it's at 1019.77. Remember, 1020 is the maximum there. So that is getting close. Here's Inks Dam. Let's go down to Wirtz Dam here. So at Lake LBJ, you can see, looks to me like maybe they're kind of planning ahead for some of this increased flow into the lake, where they're starting to do some hydroelectric discharge here. And then especially here getting into Lake Marble Falls, you can see where it had that dip when they started to do some of the hydroelectric discharge here. So again, I think the LCRA is kind of planning ahead with some of these floodwaters coming in. And then here's a look at Lake Travis, where you can see just over the past 7 days, it's risen more than 3 feet now. And I think with these floodwaters coming in, it will likely continue to rise there. So that is the situation with what is going on with the creeks, streams, rivers, low water crossings, all of that. We'll continue to monitor that over the Hill Country, but I guess just to sum everything up, we've got a number of spots that are jumping up, and I think we're going to have increased flows through a lot of those areas through tonight. Back to the radar, the biggest new thing that we've got is this severe thunderstorm warning, which includes the Luling area and then downstream goes into Fayette County. This does have the tornado possible tag to it. Earlier there was a tornado warning. There was actually a confirmed tornado warning with this for a period of time. No longer imminent concern for tornado, but there's definitely strong winds in here. And look, there's still a couple areas that are trying to spin in here. So one is down here, well south of our area. Then this is kind of the area that I'm watching. And this is not like super tight, but a little kink in the line right there. And the good news is that now is about due south of Luling. So even if that were to drop a tornado like right this instant, it would be not in our KVU area, but still just something we'll keep an eye on. Shear tracker picking up on a little bit of that shear, and this is in the Belmont area. Can actually isolate the winds, and here's what the wind tracker is showing. And we do have some kind of small pockets, but pockets of 58 to 60 mile per hour winds that are showing up there. And then the 40 plus, the 40 to 50 does go to the Luling area now. So we do have some strong winds which are heading to the Luling area as we speak. Okay, the heaviest rain, by the way, starting to move on the east side of Austin. So let's do kind of a Skycam tour here. Here's the line weather camera, and that's looking a lot less eventful at the moment. This is our tower cam, which has been kind of waterlogged here the past couple of days. This is here at KVU, where I can just tell by the sound of the roof, the heaviest rain is now moving to the east. Here is downtown Austin. That's looking pretty damp. And then we had some wind here in northwest Travis County from the Oasis cam, but now it's just light, kind of steady rain that's falling there. This is the Zach Theater camera. Still some lingering lightning, but that is looking calmer. And then in Round Rock, we still have some decent rain falling, especially on the east side of Round Rock. Getting into St. Edwards, line camera, and that is all we've got, but still some lightning there from our line hotel weather camera. So that is the situation right now, with basically the biggest thing right being the severe thunderstorm warning for Luling, and then eventually into Fayette County, and then just continuing to watch the flows over the hill country. Looks like they just allowed the flash flood warning for the Burnett area to drop off now that we went over to 11 o'clock. And I agree with that in the sense that we don't have any more like heavy rain that's falling in those areas. But again, it takes a little while for the stuff to work through the creeks and streams and all that. So still, I think low water crossings, creek, streams, rivers, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But the heavy rain threat, as far as like additional heavy rain, that is ending. So now left, we've got a flash flood warning for Blanco County, as well as a flash flood warning for western sections of Williamson County. All right, guys, I'm going to get you back to just the looping radar here for a moment, and I'll check in here in another 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll keep watching this stuff down near Luling. Obviously, if anything ramps up, we'll jump back on the stream. If not, we'll talk to you guys in about 15 minutes. Yes. Yep. Yes. Hello, everybody. KV Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We just got a new tornado warning issued for far southern Fayette County. So I want to get you updated on this one. Now, the good news is we've got a lot of time before this even makes it into Fayette County, and this is the only tornado threat that we're tracking right now. So we still have some rain that is heavy over parts of the metro, and we have some flooding happening in the hill country, but the only tornado threat is this. So here's the tornado warning. Let me get you the updated stats on this warning here. So the warning will go until midnight. This skipped just south of Fayette County, and this is going to move into the Flatonia area in the southern sections of Fayette County. And if it holds together, Schulenburg, you're not in this right now, but you could be impacted at a later point with this warning. So it's a tornado warning embedded within a larger section of a severe thunderstorm warning. So with that, let's go into the Doppler winds here, and we'll inspect this storm right away. This is sticking out to me. We've got straight line winds that are strong 50 to 60 over eastern Caldwell County. But the tornado threat is still south of our KVU area. So let's focus in on this. So this is where the rotation is right now, and we'll loop this to see how it's behaved over the past couple of scans. The National Weather Service, they just issued this warning here a moment ago. Radar indicated. Earlier, the same storm, by the way, actually had a radar confirmed tornado warning with it. They had a debris signature. Right now, this is just radar indicated. And you can see how quickly this is moving, by the way. We'll let this loop again, but that's where the rotation is coming together there just in the Gonzales area. No other updates as far as spotters seeing this or any sort of confirmation here. Another way that we can look at this, though, we'll take a look at the shear product right now. And the shear tracker is picking up on this enhanced area of rotation, which next up is going to head towards the Moulton area, and then down the line, Flatonia, I-10 corridor, far southern sections of Fayette County are going to be the areas that are impacted. What I want to do, let's kind of zoom things out and pan back over here, and we'll eventually do a storm track on this. I believe these are moving at about 35 miles per hour. So again, Flatonia is kind of the main spot we want to be watching this right now. Let me get you the latest from the warning as far as the speed is concerned. So here's what they're saying. Severe thunderstorm capable, again, not confirmed right now, capable of producing a tornado moving east at 35 miles per hour. Some areas down the line that could be impacted as far as we are concerned, it's going to be the Flatonia area, far southern sections of Fayette County. So moving at 35 miles per hour, we'll do a squall feature here, and this will give us some approximate timings. We'll stretch this out a little bit. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to include Schulenburg in this. You're not in the warning right now, so I'm not guaranteeing that you have a tornadic storm that makes it all the way to Schulenburg, but I just want to get you prepared for it. So this will include Schulenburg, just more as kind of a theoretical time. So basically, we're looking at Schulenburg by 12:18 into the Flatonia area. It's going to be closer to like midnight or so with this thing moving at 35 miles per hour. This storm has not been a big hail producer. Let's check in with the hail tracker. Yeah, maybe a little bit of small hail here, but mainly we're just watching the tornado threat with this storm. Now, for those of you who may be watching us in Austin right now, let me take you back to the big picture here on the radar. This is the only tornado warning that we are tracking right now. Here's the regular version of our radar at the moment. Here, I'll zoom things out manually here. So this is the only warning that we're dealing with here other than the severe thunderstorm warning, which includes just kind of a broader section of the same storms. The worst of the weather has ended for the Austin area. Now, still we have some rain falling. Still we've got some leftover lightning and stuff like that. But the worst of the weather is now moving into Bastrop County, eastern sections of Williamson County, Milam, Lee, and then, of course, Fayette County, where we're tracking the tornado threat right now. But where the circulation is, this is still a ways away. So we're going to have another like 15 to 30 minutes before this thing even gets into Fayette County. So let's zoom back into it now that I've given you the big picture. And by the way, we do have the flood threat, which is ongoing back over parts of the hill country. So I don't want to lose sight of that. We've got creeks and streams that are elevated. But as far as like active severe weather, it is mainly this tornado warning that we are keeping an eye on. Before we zoom in, just to give you kind of a broader view of the winds here, these are significant winds not associated with the tornadic circulation, but significant winds coming into southern Bastrop County and the eastern sections of Caldwell County. And next up, these are going to be moving into Fayette County. Let's zoom in actually closer on these, and we'll sample some of the numbers here. Okay, so we'll zoom things in manually here, and that's going to pick up on some of these like 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. I'll sample these for you. And these are the straight line winds, so not associated with the tornadic circulation, but anywhere from 65 to 75 mile per hour winds are going to be there from southern Bastrop County into that eastern corner of Caldwell County right now. So these are straight line winds, and we can isolate that as well with just the wind tracker here. And this will remove the direction and just show you the speed of the winds. So this is going to be heading into the Cistern area. This is going to be heading into the Flatonia area. So even if you're not getting the tornadic circulation, we still have strong winds, no doubt about it, which will be moving in. And then we'll go back to the shear tracker here. This will take a second to load. We'll see if it's picking up on any more shear up here, and it's not. I did see a few areas in the Doppler winds where it looked like a little bit of spin was trying to happen. We'll keep an eye on this right here over Smithville. Mainly straight line winds, but a little bit of twist going on there. But mainly we're watching the tornado threat, which is south of here. So I'm going to grab the other clicker. This one is not behaving very well. But basically, guys, we've got a tornado warning, which is moving into the southern sections of Fayette County. And then outside of that, we've got a straight line wind threat, which encompasses as far north as like southern Bastrop County. So winds of 50 to 60 are going to be possible. Then we also have the tornado threat that we're keeping an eye on over southern sections of Fayette County. I think the biggest area that could be impacted by this tornado warning down the line is going to be the Flatonia area, the I-10 corridor, that section of southern Fayette County. Okay, let's see if this one wants to work. We'll go back to the radar. That is better. Okay, so now let's go back down to our tornado warned storm. And I mean, you can see it where it's got this little hook right here. So next up, this is going to head towards Nickel, which is south of our KVU area, and then into Fayette County. What I want to do, actually, let's just zoom in real close on Fayette County. We'll just talk about some of the towns that could be impacted out ahead of this. So again, it's not here yet, but mainly it's going to be Flatonia here in the I-10 corridor and then the Engle area. So Engle and Flatonia, these are the areas where to make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. And by the way, we were actually literally just talking about this, how we've had an active spring, but we have not had many tornado warnings. I think that this is probably the second tornado warning only that we've had this spring. Here's what you need to do if you're in the Flatonia area right now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your house. And I know it is the middle of the night right now, and you probably don't want to be taking tornado precautions, but just take this seriously. And it's good that we've got a pretty long heads up here where this is not even into our KVU area right now. So want to be urgent about this, but we've got some time to take this action. If you want to be super safe, cover your head. Utilize helmets or blankets to protect against flying debris, and then avoid driving. It's the middle of the night, so hopefully we don't have too many people who are out and about right now, but cars are just not a good place to be during a tornado warning. So basically, want everybody in an interior room, lowest floor of your house, so an interior bathroom or closet is a good place to be if you are out ahead of this storm right now. Okay, so we'll take you back to the radar picture, and let's see how the velocity is behaving on this storm. We'll go back to the Doppler winds here, and this is where the rotation is right now. And there's a chance, if we get lucky here, let's play this back a little bit. So it's going to be a close call to, does this even make it into southern Fayette County? So still, again, let's stay sheltered in Flatonia, and let's watch this closely in Schulenburg. You're not in the warning yet in Schulenburg, but this is kind of heading in that direction. Then the shear tracker has also done a pretty good job of picking this out, and it still has mainly light shear. Remember, this is a radar indicated tornado. We don't have confirmation. It's not a slam dunk that it's down, but we've got a velocity couplet showing a decent little bit of rotation here. Now, earlier when they made this a radar confirmed tornado, what happened is they actually had a debris signature here. So we'll go to the debris tracker, and here we'll go back and forth just so I can see this. And so we're looking kind of in this area. Then as we go back to the debris tracker, I'm not really seeing any signs of lofted debris right now. Here, we'll play this back a little bit. Maybe a little bit right there. Tough to say. Very, very small potential, like light debris there, but tough to say definitively. Hey, here is an update. So they did get a report of a funnel cloud here from law enforcement. It was at FM 794. So a funnel cloud, remember, a funnel cloud's when the tornado is reaching down from the clouds, but it's not yet down to the ground. So again, we still don't have confirmation that a tornado has touched down here, but we do have confirmation that we at least have a funnel cloud associated with this storm. Okay, let's go back here to the Doppler winds, and this still looks relatively messy to me. I'm leaning towards a tornado not being on the ground. Not that I'm saying don't take this seriously, but I'm leaning towards what they're saying, funnel cloud rather than confirmed tornado. But still, let's watch this as this goes into southern Fayette County. Now, aside from that, we do still have these strong straight line winds, which are now arriving in Fayette County. Let's take a closer look at that because the straight line winds are starting to approach now the Flatonia area, the Cistern area. These kind of orange colors right here, I can sample some of those numbers for you. It's going to be 67 mile per hour winds, and we're relatively close to the radar, so I'm not saying this 100% translates all the way down to the ground, but it probably gives you a pretty good idea. I do think that 50 to 65 mile per hour winds are going to be a possibility in this storm. Just to show you the hail tracker right now, not picking up on really any hail other than a little bit of very small hail here. And then I want to keep an eye here just to make sure no rotation develops as we just kind of go back and forth to the shear tracker. Still, the only area of rotation is going to be down south. It does look like, though, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, which encompasses areas farther north here in our KVUE area, and we do. So let's focus in on that. New severe thunderstorm warning for Bastrop into Lee and Fayette counties. And by the way, it looks like so they've allowed the tornado warning to drop off. So they say rotation has broadened out, therefore we're going to go ahead, cancel the tornado warning. Excellent. So here, I'll stay with you just for about 60 seconds more, give you kind of the big picture, but the tornado threat has ended for now. Still, we have strong straight line winds, which could be coming into Flatonia, and then also strong straight line winds, Bastrop County into Lee County and Fayette County. For now, though, the tornado threat is winding down. Okay, so the new warning here, let's make sure we're clipping the right one. See which one it selects. So they've replaced the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, which means there still at times could be some circulation. So mainly straight line wind, but there is still that tornado possible tag. And then let's head up here to the new warning. This one also has a tornado possible tag, which is interesting. So we'll take a look at the velocity here in a moment, but mainly this is going to be hail. Here, I'll read it out, but it's probably going to be hail, potentially up to quarter size, although mainly this has been a wind threat. Yeah, they're actually saying no hail at all, 60 mile per hour winds. So severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Camp Swift down to Cistern, moving east at 40 miles per hour with potential for 60 mile per hour winds. So moving east at 40. Let me give you another quick storm track here, and then we'll get you back to regular programming. So here we'll draw our squall at 40. These things are flying. So here's a look at the approximate timings moving into Page, Smithville, and Muldoon here over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Then eventually Giddings 11:54, Warda 11:55, LaGrange 12:02, Dimebox 12:10, Lake Fayette 12:16, Birch at 12:24, and Burton, which is outside of our KVUE area, at 12:28. So that's the situation right now. Tornado threat for now, not a concern, but we do have some strong straight line winds. And then hey, real quick, just make sure no other circulations are developing. Little bit of a circulation here. Okay, one last stop for us. This we'll need to keep an eye on down the line here near Smithville. So this is what they mean when they say tornado possible tag. Just a little bit of rotation here near Smithville. Not an imminent tornado, but I want to watch this for you. So what we'll do, we will drop off a KVUE and we'll get you back to regular programming here on TV. If we have any sort of tornado issues, obviously we'll pop right back on. If you want continuous weather coverage, we're live right now on KVUE Plus. There it is. You can scan the QR code and you can stream that. And here, just as we notice that, They did notice, so monitoring rotation southwest of Smithville. So Weather Service is monitoring. We are monitoring too. We'll pop back right on as soon as we need to if a tornado warning is issued. For now, we'll continue our coverage on KVU Plus. We'll see you back here on KVU later on. Okay, hello everybody. KV Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are back monitoring these storms moving through Fayette County, Bastrop County, and Lee County. Earlier, we did have a tornado warning which clipped southern sections of Fayette County. The good news, the circulation never actually made it into Fayette County. Now, though, we still have a straight line wind threat here. So we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's a look at one of them. And by the way, you can see these do both include the tornado possible tag. There are some areas of circulation in here we'll keep an eye on, but mainly these are for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into LaGrange and Giddings, and then the southern section of Fayette County, including Flatonia and Schulenburg, is picked up in another another severe thunderstorm warning. Both of them include the tornado possible tag. And that will take us into the velocity. We've been watching a few little areas of spin here. One came through Smithville. Here, we'll scroll back on this. And for a moment, it looked like it wanted to tighten up, and it just hasn't quite gotten there. But really, we've got kind of like two areas. We've got one right here we'll keep an eye on. We've got another one. Oh, that's not super helpful. Basically, we've got two areas that we'll keep an eye on here. Both are going to be capable potentially of spinning up, but right now this is mainly a straight line wind threat. Here's the wind tracker right now. Let me switch to this other radar site. And yeah, we definitely have 40 to 50 plus and maybe up to 60 in a few areas. By the way, guys, also got an update just now from the LCRA that we've got one floodgate open at Starkey Dam. So we are getting some floodwaters working through the system now over the hill country. The severe threat has ended for Austin. Now this is all going to be in our easternmost areas. But still some flooding is ongoing. In fact, we've got two different flash flood warnings. Here's one. Here, let me zoom in on this. One is, what is going on with the mouse here? One is going to be over western Williamson County. The other is going to be over Blanco County. Both of these areas have had like 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. So here we go. Here is one of these flash flood warnings. This one is going to go until midnight. Here the, wow, look at the updated radar estimated totals here around the Florence area. These are over 4 inches of rainfall here, and we've got kind of similar numbers here into Burnett County. And by the way, as we are looking here at these rivers, we're going to be watching the San Gabriel River, as a lot of this has gone into that watershed. Then these high rainfall totals go into much of Burnett County, especially southern Burnett County. Then we also have had quite a bit of rain here in the Johnson City area. By the way, as we talked about western Williamson County, they will be extending the flash flood warning there for another hour and a half. So that now is going to go until 1:30 tonight. So here are the totals over the past 12 hours. So it's kind of amazing. If you stretch this back to 48, look at this bullseye that has happened here near Johnson City. .9 inches of rain. So this includes the additional flash flood warning that happened back yesterday. You may remember that one. Okay, so let me get you back to the regular radar picture here. And essentially what we're watching right now is this leading edge of storms coming into Lee County and Fayette County now. And by the way, town of Bastrop, you still have heavy rain right now, but you're getting out on the back side of this now. Checking with the velocity here. Honestly, the shear tracker might do a better job here. It's got kind of a broad, little thin line there where a few little small areas of rotation could develop, but nothing that's jumping out right now as far as imminent tornado. And by the way, down here to the south where we had the tornado warning earlier, that's looking pretty calm right now too. Not calm, but not tornadic at the moment, just straight line winds. Speaking of, let's see if we have any wind reports sent in. All these are looking pretty calm right now. I'd imagine that Lagrange sensor, though, is going to go up pretty considerably here. Okay, so that is what's going on right now. Wind, a 50 to 60 mile per hour wind threat going into Lee and Fayette counties. We will keep an eye on that. What I want to do, though, including Lagrange. So Lagrange, a heads up, this is moving into your area very shortly. What I want to do, though, is actually, I'm going to head over to the monitor here. Let me get this situated. And we will talk through. There we go. We will talk through what's going on with the flood situation. So we'll take this, and I'm going to walk over here and take a look at some of these numbers with you. So what you're looking at here are the LCRA gauges here over the past 12 hours, and you can see almost all of the hill country had at least an inch of rainfall, and we've got many areas that have had anywhere from not many, but we have some isolated pockets that have had 3 to 5 inches of rain. So let's go back here to stream flow. So we're looking at the amount of water flowing through all these river gauges. In a few of the areas we've been watching here in the Marble Falls area, where, by the way, as we go over to ATX floods, 43 low water crossings are closed right now, and not all, but the vast majority of these are in the Horseshoe Bay, Marble Falls area. And that is where we've got these creeks here. This is one of them. Backbone Creek at Marble Falls. Looks like maybe it's crested here, which is good. Here, let's do the past 12 hours. Looks like maybe this has crested here. Went up briefly over 10 feet. Now maybe it's coming down a little bit, so keep an eye on that. Backbone Creek is elevated. And then we've got a Hamilton Creek near Marble Falls. This is one of the areas that saw, unfortunately, really bad flooding back in July. We're not looking at that magnitude, thankfully, nothing close to it right now, but you can see that is now, it went up over 13 feet for a period of time. Now it's back down to 12. So it looks like a lot of these have crested and are coming back down. We'll keep an eye on Sandy Creek here, which has also seen some rise here over the past several hours. And then let's see what's going on with this sensor here, the Llano River at Llano. That is looking pretty good. We do have some increased flow coming in from San Fernando Creek, though. Looks like that is also crested, so all that is relatively under control right now. Let's head down here to the Johnson City area, though. So here is the Pedernales River near Johnson City. And it looks like that is also crested and did not get quite to the action stage. So this is all good news. Look, no doubt about it, we've got increased flows coming through here, and it will take a while for all this to kind of work through the system. So I'm not saying, there can be secondary crests and all of that, but right now we've got nothing that's imminently saying, hey, we've got big problems right now. This is South Grape Creek near Lukenbach, and that one also went up pretty high. It was at like 5 feet and got up close to 9 feet and now sits at 8.32 feet. So one of the updates that we got earlier from the LCRA, I'm going to refresh this real quick. So they are now doing, here I'll scroll back up to the top where they talk about it. So as of 11/26, the LCRA, and I'm keeping an eye on the radar here, make sure we don't miss another tornado warning in our eastern areas. LCRA has opened one floodgate at Starkey Dam to pass runoff from recent storms. Additionally, the LCRA is releasing storm runoff through hydroelectric generation. So they have hydroelectric turbines. They pass water through it and they generate electricity. And that is one way to pass smaller amounts of flood waters down the system. LCRA is releasing through hydroelectric generation. LCRA closely monitoring conditions, encourages the public to remain alert. Okay. So here are the latest numbers here. We're keeping an eye on Buchanan Dam. A lot of the rain today has been down south of this watershed, but Buchanan Dam is at 1019.77 right now. Remember that full pool's 1020, so it's pretty close there. There's Inks Lake, which is the downstream from Lake Buchanan. Okay, and now we get to Wirtz Dam. This is where it looks to me where they're doing hydroelectric generation right now. You can see that in the discharge here where they're starting to, they've got two turbines here which together can discharge, I think, like a little over 10,000 cubic feet per second of water. So without having to open a floodgate and go full on floodgate operations, they can just do hydroelectric generation. I think that's what they're doing right now at Wirtz. And then heading down to Lake Marble Falls, this is where you can see right here, this is where the flood waters from some of those creeks I was showing you were going into Lake Marble Falls. So this is where they've got the floodgate operations going on. So inflows to Lake Marble Falls have increased due to runoff from recent storms. It will require gate operations to pass flood waters at Starkey Dam. So they're doing floodgate operations, and they're doing probably hydroelectric discharge there. So that water, which is being released from Lake Marble Falls, is going to make it into Lake Travis. So you can see Lake Travis has already risen more than 3 feet over the past week, and it's going to be going up some more, but still plenty of room in Lake Travis. But just to give you kind of an update here. And again, just as far as ATX floods is concerned, let me refresh this, make sure we're still at 43. No, so that has gone up now. We've got 56 low water crossings that are closed, and a lot of these are now kind of popping up over Williamson County. So here's one, County Road 123 at Brushy Creek closed. Summit at Brushy Creek Memorial Park. So it looks like Brushy Creek is elevated right now. Here is Cedar Park. 805 Cedar Park Drive closed. A number of them here near Cypress Lane and Cedar Park closed. Looks like some of the low water crossings here in the Balcones National Wildlife Refuge closed, and then as you go Spicewood, then especially back towards Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, this is where the majority of the low water crossings that are closed are located right now, and again that's gone up to 56. I'm trying to think, I don't know that we're going to have any good cameras at any of the gauges here that are going to be helpful. Yeah, we don't, where the heaviest rain is, we don't have cameras there right now, so we'll keep an eye on that, but mainly right now, we've been watching this increased flow over parts of Burnett County, and then we've got the floodgate operations going on at Starkey Dam right now. And I'd imagine, the LCRA doesn't cover this same area, but I'd imagine we've got elevated flows at many of the creeks and streams and rivers in Williamson County too, because there's been quite a bit of heavy rain. We've got this is the one LCRA sensor there. This has picked up 4.21 inches of rain over the past 12 hours. What's amazing, look at the past 2 weeks, this area has had just so much rain. I'll see if this, I'll see if it wants to look, oh, I've got to do it over here. Just over the past week, that sensor alone has had 7.46 inches of rain. Then if you look, here we'll do the entire month of May. Look at that, for the month of May, that gauge has had 13.14 inches of rain. We'll go back to the past 12 hours. But either way, a lot of this heavy rain could also be impacting North Fork of the San Gabriel River, South Fork of the San Gabriel River. Then we also have had these elevated flows on Brushy Creek too. So all these creeks and streams over the western part of Williamson County. Okay, so now let's go back over here and we'll check out the radar situation. Now that we've done that in-depth deep dive here. So we have our severe thunderstorm warnings here. Now with the leading edge of the wind going into Lee County and into the LaGrange area. Okay, so here's the velocity right now. Keep an eye on this, a little bit of squirreliness going on right there. I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, so Giddings, it's mainly straight line wind threat, but I want to keep an eye for a quick spin up here in the Lee County area too. But mainly this is wind coming in. Then likewise some wind coming into the LaGrange area. Here's the wind tracker, and we can kind of isolate this, and this might give a better view here. Yeah, we've got 40 to 50 plus mile per hour winds, which are coming in. And then just lingering rain back over the Austin area and I-35 corridor, and unfortunately it is still raining over parts of Burnett County and Williamson County, not at the same clip as earlier, but still we've got rain that's pretty steady falling in those areas. Okay, and on that note, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get you back to the radar loop here momentarily. We still will keep eyes on the radar, and I'll keep tracking this for you, but for now I'm going to get you back to the radar loop, and we'll check in a couple of minutes.